everybody!
Hello.
So we're gonna do some reading sprints. Robin, what are you gonna be reading or writing?
I think I'm gonna continue editing. I haven't edited
Right.
yet today, so that's probably what I'm going to be working on. And I read earlier today, so I should.
Yay!
I'm quite caught up on my reading.
What were you reading?
I've been listening to an audiobook, The Three Body Problem by Cixin Liu, which I may or may not be pronouncing his name right. I gotta look it up before I do my wrap up video, but
Oh
I
yeah.
thought it was pronounced Sishin. But then like when the audiobook narrator like read his name out, I was like, oh, that's not how I was saying it
Yeah.
at all. So I gotta
Yeah.
double check. I'm not super good with Chinese. I don't know too much Chinese, so like I don't know how C's in Chinese would be pronounced, but it appears to be different than what I thought it was. So
Yeah, right.
I'll double check.
Hi! Let us know what you're reading.
Hey, Mr. Francie.
So happy to have you here. So I'm going to be, if I can reach it, continuing reading The Wicked King. Still so far so good, but I did take a break. Well, it was a slight pause, and while it's been happening where I'm only reading, except for the one time, I've been only reading during our sprints, so it's not like I've been reading that much. But
Mhm.
I got up to finishing Graceful Burdens by Roxane Gay and finishing Harry
Mm.
Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. So I at least finished a few things. So that is nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's two more books off of your list.
Yeah, finally. Now I went from 8 books to 10. So yay, I finished 10 books this year. Woo-hoo.
So what do you think you would rate Harry Potter now that you have reread it?
I don't think I'll say a rating, but I will say what is nice is I would say like it's definitely not 4 stars like it used to be. For me, I rated it 4 stars back in the day. I don't I don't know because it's like I really did not enjoy it for majority of the book, but after some time with like the Quidditch chapter and the Mirror of Erised, around that time, like more plot related things were happening, more action was going on, like more things were happening. So I was a little bit more invested, a little bit caring more. And of course, it was like, hey, I'm almost there to the end. So it was a little bit more exciting. But yeah, I don't know how I could rate this book because it's like so much of it's like the beginning and a lot of things in like at least the first half were like such a bummer. Like it didn't feel like nice, bright, happy things were happening. And even with like the school related stuff, it's like just being in school.
Mm.
Obviously, it's magic related stuff, but it was like the same thing. And it's like, yeah, I would hate to do all that homework. And of course, Harry had a lot of pressing matters. He had homework, he had Quidditch practice, and then he's finding out about everything like what are they hiding down there, and Snape seems to hate him, and all sorts of things are happening, and it's like, yeah, I don't yeah, it just was not working, but it was certainly interesting. Since this wasn't in the movie, the whole thing with the centaurs, that they have like certain reading the stars, they have certain, you know, ideas there, and they kind of like see the future that way through the stars. And the fact that it's
Mm.
like at least two of the well, one centaur was really nice to Harry, another centaur was kind of like more in the middle between this other centaur. This is the centaur that was like, why did you save Harry Potter? Like, you know what's going to happen, or however they phrased it. Like, they said it in more of a mysterious way. Um, but it's like they know that Voldemort is going to rise to power. So having Harry there, they're kind of like, hey, it would have been better if you just let Voldemort take Harry out instead of saving him, or something ridiculous like that. It's like, oh no. But
It
yeah,
kind of makes sense though. I think if I remember correctly later on in the book series, I think Ferenz ends up being like the new divinations teacher, I think.
Really? I totally did not remember that.
I might be misremembering it, but I like the way I remember it is like when that plot point came up, I was kind of like, "Oh, like why him?" You know, like
Right.
it
But
didn't make
now
sense to
but
me at
now
the
it is a
time.
little bit more like, "Oh, okay." You
But now
know?
that makes sense now that you said, "Oh, like centaurs are really good at, predictions."
Yeah,
Like,
like they can see
wow.
the things in the stars or something. And it's like, "Oh, wild." But I do have to say, um, there were some quotes in there. There were at least 2 quotes, and I'm being vague. I'm still being vague. I don't want people on anyone on the internet to just be like, "Oh, I know what's going on with, bad situations happening." But there were 2 quotes in the book that was like really nice and like helpful during the time that me and my family are going through that I was like, "Oh
Mm.
my gosh, this is so great to be reading right now." Because it was
Yeah.
like, yeah, these 2 quotes like they really matched what it is and made a little bit more of a positive or at least more of an optimistic look at a horrible situation, you know?
Mhm.
So that was really nice to see. But yeah, there were definitely some uh points that like I made notes on. Uh and I remember seeing Read with Cindy, she never read like the books as a kid, but she was trying to do a reread in 2020. She eventually quit, but she did read at least the first Harry Potter, and she didn't really enjoy it. But she had said that she thought it was too much of a fade to black at the end. And I don't really feel that way because it was
Hmm.
like there was a good chunk of action happening, you know?
Yeah.
Hi, Johara. Let us know what you're reading or writing. What I was going to say is like, yes, he's able to fight Quirrell off and everything, and then he passes out, and then you find out that, Dumbledore had shown up, and it's like, okay. I mean, I think, you know, there was a good chunk of action. The climax happened, but apparently for her, she just wanted more. But yeah, for me, I thought it was good. I would definitely say, like, I don't know. I don't know if it would be the last 3/4, the last 7/8 of the book. I don't know, but it was definitely better later. But a lot of it, I was like, oh my gosh, what? How is this Harry Potter? This doesn't feel like Harry Potter at all. I don't know. It was just like not at all as I can remember it to be.
Yeah, that's kinda why I don't want to reread Harry Potter. I don't wanna
Yeah,
ruin it.
but it was so funny though. I had seen because like when I was finding all my booktube Q&A and stuff, I had to like look it up at Masquerade Chick in the search bar, Q&A, and like certain like questions. That way I could find each thread so that I could see the questions that people had asked. And um at least one thing I saw and I had said something about favorites or someone had made a tweet about the fact that like to reread something you really loved or to reread something way that was like so long ago that like you're not in the same headspace and that it probably wouldn't hit the same. And I had
Right.
commented and I said, yeah, that's why I'm not going to reread Harry Potter or the Fifth Wave. Obviously, the Fifth Wave worked out, but Harry Potter definitely didn't. So, but it was just interesting to see that I had decided like in 2020 that I wasn't going to reread, but I still did. So Mr. Francie says, I'm reading Scandal at the Salty Dog, book 4 in the Secrets and Scrabbles Cozy Mystery Series. Awesome. Great to be here.
Nice.
Hi, Tiffany, and hi, Robin. Thank you. Yes, I'm slowly but surely reading. Like, it's happening, kind of. Yes, 10 books. I got this. I'm actually working on fan fiction, which I haven't done in a while. Just a nice, relaxing fan fiction for a stressful day. I can understand that.
What's the fan fiction you're writing of?
Yeah.
It's the fandom.
I love every reread of Harry Potter. It still holds up for me. Well, that's
Nice.
nice. I mean, I would say like a big problem is like now I don't know Johara when you started rereading, but at least, to go from something that you saw as a kid, which as a kid versus an adult, you're so different, you
Yeah.
know? And I think it would, like, if you just like how certain things can hit the same for me with like certain movies, because I've done rewatches like my whole life, but I have rewatched things like over the years, so it's not like a problem to rewatch it now if I first watched it as a kid. But if I had watched something as a kid and I watch it now, having never watched it, it probably wouldn't hit the same. Obviously, it might not be the same reading wise, watching wise, but it definitely is different. So I definitely think there's like certain nostalgia, but it's also like all the other rereads you've done. But it depends. Obviously, for you, it totally works out. Hi, Tina. Let us know what you're reading. I love all my rereads. I cannot wait to reread Monster High Ghoul Friends Forever series, which I'll be buddying reading with Robin in October.
Yep,
Awesome.
bring it on.
I hear that about rereads. I got lucky with the Twilight Saga. Nice. I read them when they first came out, and then again for the second time recently and loved them. So we got very lucky. That's great. It's Ever After High. I've been thinking about making another Monster High fanfic, though. I might have a
Hmm.
slight obsession. I read Harry Potter as
Cool.
a kid. It was my first chapter book series that I can remember reading. Seekers was second. Nice. Um, yeah, obviously it depends, but I am definitely having fun with the Wicked King. And to anyone who doesn't know, there's like certain things that are happening right now in my life. So we actually have to go up to Illinois. So we're doing like a quick trip up there, but it's gonna be like for the duration. So most of the rest of the month is gonna be taken up by the trip. So I'm kind of like,
Mm.
I want to finish the Wicked King before we go. I don't know if it's really realistic, but I'd like to try. But then again, I'm not even at page 100, so that probably won't happen. But I'd
How
like
long is
to.
the book?
322 pages, and I don't know if I've hit 60 pages yet. Maybe I did
Mm.
hit 60 pages, but I'm not like making amazing progress, you know?
Mhm.
I wish it was a fast reader. It would be nice, but I just gotta be happy that at least I'm reading a little bit.
Yeah, and you finished some books this month too, so it's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely interesting because I recall, well, I've definitely heard of Roxanne Gay, and I had seen the book because I used to work at Barnes and Noble. I definitely had seen that book, the really famous one, Bad Feminist, and stuff like that. I never read it, but yeah, it was kind of interesting to read her stuff. I mean, I feel, like I said in the last sprint, I feel it could have been more could have been done with it, and it did feel more of an incomplete book. It almost felt like if you kind of it almost felt, I don't know if you would say a series per se, but it really could have been like, yeah, and so we get this girl out of this awful situation, and then we're gonna tackle the whole situation, but that did not happen. I'm reading A Salt and Pepper by Leslie, I don't know how you say that, and Stolen by the Mob Boss by Nicole Fox. Awesome. Let us know how those books are going if you're enjoying them. But maybe during the trip, because we have to drive, maybe I'll like do an audiobook or something. But I
Yeah.
don't know.
Are you
'Cause,
guys driving overnight? Because I know you said you were planning on sleeping.
yeah, it's like we're gonna have to leave late in the night or
Mm,
something.
mhm.
We're leaving late in the night, and then we're supposed to get there, kind of more like in the evening. So it's gonna
Okay, so
be
you will have some daylight to
right.
read or listen
Yeah.
to a book
Yeah,
if
I'm
it's
gonna have
so
to
late.
see what happens. Uh, but yeah, like Sunday's gonna be a long day because I have that
Yeah,
photo shoot. I mean, we got the clothes. That's good. We had to
that's
like
good.
get all these outfits because the lady who's in charge of this acting thing, she's like, yeah, I have to see the clothes in person and then pick a few. I was like, oh, that's a
Mm,
lot, but we'll try. Uh, I hope it's good though, but it does feel like apparently you're gonna have to rush around that way you can, wardrobe change and everything, and then we're gonna have to be packing and everything, and all sorts of things are gonna happen. So it's gonna be like a bit of a lots of stuff happening.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, because it's like what's nice is there's like a couple free days, so I might be able to see some friends of mine, but most of it is like to address these certain situations. And then there's like a lot of work my parents have cut out for them in
Yeah.
that area. So a lot is going on. But I hope, I hope it's like, okay, some bad things happen and then things are gonna get better. I hope like things really chill out. But how's your book going?
Um, I'm kind of at a little bit of a block right here. I cut out a couple pages of writing just because I like introduced a plot that I never really followed through with in this book. So I decided, okay, I'm just gonna cut out this section that introduces it, and like rewrote it to be like only a paragraph long. So I'm
Mhm.
kind of trying to like reconnect it to like where I've you know wrote before again. So I'm still trying to tweak it and figure out how to do that.
Yeah, nice. I only have 25 minutes on the speed I listen of Stolen by the Mob Boss left. It's a really long epilogue.
What speed do you listen to audiobooks at, Tina?
Yeah, I'd love to know. And Tina says, "Yeah, I hope things settle down soon." Yeah, I hope so too.
Same.
Um, Actually, speaking of time or like, speeding things up or slowing them down, I was watching this like discussion video this person had on BookTube or whatever, and I was like, okay, guy, you are talking way too slow. I had to speed you up, and yeah, I had to like speed him up to 1.5, and even then, he was still sounding so soft. It was like, oh my gosh, like why are you so slow with your speech?
I had no
Um,
idea you could do that with YouTube videos.
yeah, yeah, it says playback speed, and then you can make it faster.
What?
And you can do it on Netflix too, apparently.
Really?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I've
they added the option.
only really seen that with audiobooks, or I think with podcasts you can do that
Yeah,
too.
yeah, it's an
Oh,
interesting thing they got.
oh my
Oh,
god,
sounds
2x speed.
okay. What chapter are you on, Robin?
I believe I'm on chapter 7. And I
Nice.
say I believe because I think I added a chapter, so I'm like one ahead.
Yeah,
2 speed is very fast. Oh my gosh.
yeah.
For me,
To
it
me, that's
sounds
like so much. Like I
like
was
the
able to do it
chipmunks.
for like this one book. I don't know if you remember, Robin. This was like the beginning of our live shows, but I had read Cinder, and oh my gosh, that book was so stinking long. It was like
Was it really?
448 pages.
Oh god.
And it was so insane how long the audiobook was. So eventually I was like, okay, this is going too long, too far, whatever. And I'm like, okay, let's go at 2 times speed. And I could have sworn I might have actually changed it to 3 times speed. I could be wrong. But I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, let's pick it up. I can't remember, but I was like, so like, just let's get this over with. I mean, I absorbed it, but it was like, I couldn't care less about this. I hate it.
Yeah, I heard a lot about like the Cinder and like the series Cinder's from, and I was going to read it at some point just because I'm like, oh, it's like sci-fi retelling, so like
Yeah,
that's kind of cool. But the fact that it's a long series and I don't know, I guess I'm not really interested in it anymore. I'm not a big like retellings person in the first
yeah.
place, so I got too much stuff I need to read. Like it's very low on my list right now.
Yeah, I just still can't believe that book was as long as it was, and it didn't really have anything to say. So it's like, how do you like, get all of this filler and all of this setup? Like, it was so unbelievable how long it was and how nothing the story had going on. I was so annoyed. But Tina says I had to adjust to get to that. I couldn't just listen at that speed immediately. You're making a lot of progress, Robin.
Thank you.
I had to slowly go up, and every time I put the book down, I will have to restart. But now 2 times speed sounds normal. That's interesting.
I definitely get like slowly like speeding things up because when I started audiobooks, I was listening at like 1.15 speed, and now I'm at 1.30.
Yeah.
Um, just because like after a while, like 115 sounded slow, and then so I would do 1.20, and then that would sound slow, and then 1.25, and now I'm on 1.30. So like maybe eventually I'll get up to 2x speed. But I've only done that as well when I was trying to finish a long book this month.
Yeah,
I was
for
like, "Oh, I
sure.
got 2 hours left in this book, and, like, I'm just ready for it to be over," so I'm like, "I'll crank it up to 2x speed."
Right. Yeah. No, that book was insane how long it took for me to finish that one. Well, I would say the longest one I had to deal with was A Court of Mist and Fury. That was like over 24 hours of an audio.
Holy smokes.
It was insane. I still can't believe. I mean, like, it was awful. Like, oh my gosh, I hated it. I hated it so much. I was trying to see what all the hype was about because people said this one was better. I don't know what they were thinking, what they were seeing. I did not like it. Um, but yeah, definitely on Court of Thorns and Roses, that series is not for me. I was just like, wow, why did I
I've
like
never
this?
heard of that one before. What is the
Really?
premise?
Um,
I'm not in fantasy booktube,
oh
so
yeah, yeah. Well, it's just like this was like a huge thing in YA, even though it should never have been targeted as YA because it's very adult, new adults kind of stuff, and it's like that's so sad. I don't know how many kids were exposed to that when they shouldn't have been. But it's like this girl. She kills this wolf, but it turned out to have been a fairy. So to pay for her crime, she has to be in the fairylands, and Tamlin is the one that is the one who holds her hostage, whatever, and so she stays there, and like they're stuck. There's these people that are stuck with these masks on their faces. There was like some sort of enchantress, and she cursed them to have these masks, and there's a curse, but they haven't brought up the curse. The curse doesn't really happen until like it's not brought up until like three-quarters into the book, and then there's like a whole different subplot that happens where like something bad happens to the guy because she starts to kind of fall for him, and so she has to like deal with this like whole battle situation and like go through all these horrible trials and everything. A lot happened. Well, some things happened, I'll say that, but I would not say it is a solid story, and it's crazy how much traction it's gotten. The fact that like people are still going crazy for it, and she's still publishing books in the series. It's like what? And yeah,
oh,
like
that's
they're
crazy.
now they've gotten like this big. They're huge. It's like, are you kidding me? It's crazy. Me,
I'm gonna
lol.
hop off just for a moment because my editor called me and I
Yeah, no
haven't talked to
problem.
him in a few
Yeah,
weeks,
no
so I do
problem.
need to check in with him. So just
Yeah,
do a sprint while I'm gone.
yeah, sure. Okay. Me, lol. I was exposed to it when I shouldn't have been. I can understand that. Yeah. Like, and that's what I say. I say that there's got to be, in publishing, on the internet, all sorts of things, there's got to be more protection and to be like, hey, some things for adults only, kids stay away. But they don't. Okay, so let us go for 30 minutes. We will be back at 30. All right. So happy reading or writing. All right, how are your sprints? My sprint was pretty good. I got to page 61, just a little bit more progress, so that is nice. Still enjoying the book. It's definitely good. And it's interesting because I don't want to spoil people for the Cruel Prince. That's the first one. I don't want to spoil anyone, but there's like an arrangement that sets up. That's why he went from being the Cruel Prince to the Wicked King. So that title change, a lot happened there. But this arrangement that the main character Jude and him have, like the power dynamics are kind of shifting, and she's like feeling threatened and a little concerned about that. So it's very interesting. But everyone in the comments, let me know how your books went or your writing went or anything. If anyone's got anything to share, it's just me right now. I don't know when Robin's coming back, so if you want to share. Hey, Johara, let me know how your progress went. And everyone else joining in the comments, just let me know how your progress is going, how your sprints went. And if you're new, what you're up to, what you're reading or writing. I finished Stolen by the Mob Boss, 4.25 stars. That's great. That's really exciting. So Tina, are you going to be just finishing up the other book you have, or do you want to do like reading two books at the same time? Like, what do you want to do now that you're done with that book? Yeah, the end of The Wicked King is crazy. No spoilers, please. I do not want to be spoiled by The Wicked King. I know what happened in The Cruel Prince, but I do not know everything about The Wicked King. I mean, I know something. I was spoiled for something, but I don't want to know everything. Wait, I thought you said you finished The Wicked King. No, no, no. I accidentally said The Wicked King and I meant The Cruel Prince. I said I didn't want to spoil anyone. I'm currently reading The Wicked King. So I have not finished The Wicked King. I did read The Cruel Prince, but I'm in the middle of The Wicked King. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I don't want spoilers. Yeah, but what I'm very curious about is the fact that Nicasia, or however you say her name, the fact that she's like, oh, someone has already betrayed you. I'm like, someone she trusts has already betrayed her. Who is it? Who betrayed her? I really want to know. But I hope it's not like someone that's like so distant in the story that it doesn't even mean anything. It's just kind of like, oh, this random character is the one that betrayed her, which I would be very salty about. I hope that's not the case. So Johara says, I worked a little on this chapter of my Ever After High fan fiction. I'm almost done with this chapter and this book. It's the 5th book in the series. Nice. It's where the Ever After High characters get cursed in a world. Oh my gosh, like Once Upon a Time, yes. I kind of want to do a little bit, like watch some of the episodes again. I don't know. It was a good show. I also have a Monster High book like that where the Monster High characters get cursed to our world. I'm on book 7 of that series. Very nice. I'm also reading Mars, which is a manga. Well, that's really cool. And what is it about? I'm curious. I've never heard of it. Mr. Francis says, I'm up to chapter 7 in Scandal at the Salty Dog. So happy to be back in this world. Yay, that's so exciting. You guys seem to have made some really good progress, which is really great. I don't know, like, it's slowly but surely happening for me. Like, I'm reading a little bit. I don't know what's happening. It's like, I used to be able to read, like, a lot, and right now it's just barely anything. I really want to rewatch Once Upon a Time, too. Yeah, it's a good show. I just feel, I don't know, like, it just kind of lost itself. I don't know if they were, like, if they got lazy or it's just the decisions that they made I didn't like as much, but yeah. I still can't believe they did that little continuation of season 7. What was up with that? I did not appreciate that. I was like, you could have just let it end. Especially with the whole thing where Henry, it's like, I only know like the very beginning of it, but the fact that Henry, he did not, the same thing happened that happened with Emma. Like, there's no way he would be like that. He would be like such a supporter. Like, he would not be like, oh, I don't have a kid, and do the same thing that happened at the beginning of Once Upon a Time. I don't see that happening at all. I thought that was so out of character. You still read more than some people. Yeah, you're totally right. Some people don't read at all, right? They only read like text messages or tweets. Think like that. Yeah. Mars's I don't know how you say that, shoujo, which is manga targeted at teenage girls, but anyone can read it. It's romance in high school with a lot of drama. That's nice. It did go a bit downhill, but there are some things I like later on. Certain scenes or episodes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's definitely some good parts that I liked, but I definitely would say one of my least favorite ones was when they went to the underworld to get Captain Hook back. Oh my gosh, I hated that so much. I was like, and then they were like, oh, Hades, man, he's so like, oh, I gotta be concerned. I'm like, I couldn't care less about Hades. He is so weak. I hated them being in the underworld. That was the worst. But obviously, I mean, I don't know. I didn't follow up to date and see what other people's opinions were, but I definitely hated that. I was like, stop it. Did not appreciate it. But I think they did a better job with Frozen, Elsa and Anna. I think they did a better job than the actual story itself, because I did not like Frozen at all. But I think they actually did a good job by adding it to the story of Once Upon a Time, like the whole thing where like the girls are connected and everything. Like Emma's one and Elsa's one, and then that lady, I forget what her name is. I don't know the actress, but she was in Santa Claus 3. The more adult lady. I don't remember, but it was certainly an interesting. Season 4 was pretty good there. I don't remember the exact synopsis, but it's about this very shy girl who is a painter, and this guy makes an arrangement with her so he can protect her and she can paint him. Is that maybe I'm wrong, but it almost sounds like this thing. I saw an anime, or at least a promo for this anime, and it almost sounded like that, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Like, maybe this is not that at all. I hate Hook. No, I disagree. I liked Hook. He was good. But I love that they brought Neil back for 5 minutes. He's one of my favorite characters, and I think he should have ended up with Emma. I hate the reasoning for killing him off. Do you remember what the reasoning was? It's been forever since I watched that. I can't remember how he died. I swear Frozen 2 copied the Frozen storyline in Once Upon a Time. Really? I don't remember anything like Frozen 2 happening in Once Upon a Time. Huh. That's certainly interesting. Now I'm kind of curious, like, and what do you mean by that? Because I don't remember anything like, I wouldn't compare those two, but obviously for you, you do see the connection. Yeah, I didn't see it like that, so, maybe I missed it. But to anyone that watched Once Upon a Time, who were your favorite characters or favorite storylines or anything like that? Man, Rumpelstiltskin was so great. He was really good. But then I didn't like him as Mr. Gold. He was like so boring. He's like, I don't know. He was just so like he was like so funny as Rumpelstiltskin, and then it was so like the energy was like here, and then it brought it to here when he was Mr. Gold. It's like no. My least favorite storyline is the Land of Untold Stories. They could have done so much with it. I don't remember that. The Land of Untold Stories. Yeah, I really do not recall that at all. What happened there? I really don't remember that. Mars has 2 live action TV adaptations, but I don't know about an anime similar because I don't watch anime. Yeah, I think I'm wrong because I don't think I've ever heard the title Mars before, so I could be definitely wrong. Anna and Elsa go to a forbidden forest and they find out their parents left because of Elsa. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't remember that part. Yeah, I mean, it's been forever since I watched it. Like, 7? No, longer than that. Well, maybe 7. It's just been a very long time. 7, 8 years, long time. But I definitely remember enjoying that show a lot. Like, besides this poster, I also had like this Dark Swan, one of those like sticker posters, and then one with Captain Hook and Emma when they were time traveling and everything. I had one of those. That was fun. They killed off Neil because the creators knew that Emma would have chosen Neil over Hook, and they wanted Emma with Hook. But Neil deserved better, and so did Henry. Hmm, let's agree to disagree. I don't think so. The Land of Untold Stories was season 6. It was the whole Jekyll Hyde and the Evil Queen returning thing. Oh yeah, I don't think I liked it either. I was like, no, didn't like it. Did not like it. Mm-mm. Yeah, but the show was definitely good, and I did enjoy how they did like have the retellings and everything. I thought there were a good amount of times they did a good job, but obviously not every time, right? So, but I say we should go ahead and do another sprint if everyone's up for it. Let's go for another 30 minutes. Maybe by that time Robin will be back. So let's read. Yeah. We'll be back at 15. And everyone watching can share with their reading or writing if they want to share. So we'll be back at 15. So happy reading or writing, everybody. All right, how are your guys' sprints? So I missed this for Johara. They shouldn't have split seasons into 2 storylines, 1 storyline per season. They could have had so many more seasons that way too. Fair enough. I mean, I think they had enough with 6 and 1 little spin-off 7th season. But yeah, that's my opinion. So my update for the Wicked King, I got a couple pages more. It didn't. It wasn't too much that I actually got progress in for. And actually, during the sprint, I was like, you know what? Maybe I will switch books, but I couldn't decide what to read, so I ended up picking it back up. But so far, right now, it's just like establishing, and so she has to like go to some sort of council. So she's going to the council and everything. So it's like, oh boy, what's gonna happen now? I don't know yet. I didn't read I Ate Dinner. Well, that's nice. You know, nice to get some good sustenance and whatnot. But I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe this would be a good time to take a pause on the Wicked King and like read something else, because I feel like there's only a couple days till my short trip. So maybe I will just try to read something else. And if I do audiobooks, you know, that might be easier to just finish up, you know? But I don't know. I don't know if I'll actually do that. And right now, I mean, it's just for this little portion of it, it's getting a little bit more boring, I would say. I'm not saying it is a boring book. It's just right now I'm a little like, we could be doing something more, you know? But again, I'm only on page 64, 65, so not too far into it. Gonna have to see. But everyone in the comments, let me know what you were up to reading, writing wise, or if you were like Tina and you had some food. Very nice to have that. But I didn't even remember for this book, The Wicked King. So I've been doing this Summer Splash Readathon for this month. I've been doing it with Robin and Johara, and I've made fair progress. Most of it's been lifestyle prompts. But what's nice about The Wicked King is actually I could do a multiple prompt thing, you know, double up on prompts, because I have it for branch out, read a genre you don't normally read, and I don't normally read fantasy, so that works out for that. But also for read a book with a body of water on the cover, and it's like the sea is on the cover, so that works. And again, if I wanted to count Harry Potter, I could count that for Share the Love, read someone else's favorite book, because one of Johara's favorite books is the Harry Potter, and yeah, I think that's it. And Sandcastle would work for the Wicked King, because read a book featuring royalty, and obviously he's a king now, so that works out there. I think that might be it for the ones of the books I have currently read. I mean, read a book with yellow on the cover. There's a little bit of yellow on Harry Potter. I don't know if I would count that though. Yeah, that might be the only one so far. I got further in my chapter. I only have a couple paragraphs left to write. Hey, that's great. It's really exciting. Wicked King could also be for the royalty prompt. Yeah, we discovered it at the same time. It's like, oh yeah. So that works out. Yeah, I think those are the ones that I could count for. And my bingo's going pretty good, because I was working on Pass the Ox, which is make a playlist inspired by one of your reads, and that's what I was doing for the Wicked King. I only have 2 songs on that one so far though, but so far so good with that. And of course, Hot Girl Summer, because read a book written by a woman. All the books I've read qualify for that, so that is good. Yeah, so some of them are working out. I would count the yellow on the cover. It doesn't say it has to be a lot of yellow. Right. No, you're totally right, Joara. For buddy read prompt, I'm thinking about asking in the Discord if anyone wants to read Heartstopper with me. Oh, interesting. Because I really want. Oh, I don't know why. I was like reading, and I don't know why I thought that was Johara. I'm so sorry, Tina. That's great. That's great that you're reading that. I was like, oh, for the buddy read prompt, but Johara and I are buddy reading Percy Jackson. I totally missed that. I'm sorry, Tina. No, that's great that you're doing a reread. You want to reread it this month. That's great. How's your progress on the Summer Splash? Like, what are the prompts you've been up to yet so far, Tina? Because I've gotten so far, not counting the ones I just said I could count for others, Pen Pal, Roots, what is that? Get Lost, Easy Breezy, Movie Night, Trackstar, Photo Op, TPWK, The Free Space, and I am doing Pass the Ox. It's just I haven't done like a full playlist for that. But that's pretty good, you know? Yeah, right? It's like, oh no, how dare she replace me? And it's like, oh no, wrong person. I still plan to read Percy Jackson this month. I mean, who knows? Maybe during my drive up there or down to get back home, maybe I'll do some reading of Percy Jackson, but I don't know. I've done 2 activity prompts and I have 1 reading prompt left. Wow, you've got them all taken care of. That's pretty impressive. You only have 1 reading prompt, and here I am just like, yeah, the lifestyle prompts are going, but the reading not so much. But if I counted, let me just look. If I count body of water on the cover, let's see, yellow on the cover, and read a book you don't normally read, genre, written by a woman. Oh, spice it up. I already did that. Read a book by an author of color with Roxane Gay. So that's taken care of. And royalty, someone's favorite book. So I hit like 7 so far with Harry Potter and Graceful Burdens. And if I finish The Wicked King, that could work. So actually doing pretty good if I count it. Read a translated work. Oh, that's great. That's really great. Is that for the manga or is it for something else? That's really exciting. But maybe now my bingo, I feel a little bit better about my bingo because now it's like I can count those. But I don't know about The Wicked King. I know there's still time, but I don't think I'll bring the physical book with me during my trip, so I don't know if I will finish The Wicked King. I feel like it might have to be finished in August. Or maybe I'll set it aside. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but also it is just a little bit like, it's kind of like, enjoyable. Like, it's not like 100% awesome, you know? But speaking of prompts and reading and everything, there's this casual readathon. It lasts from June 1st, August 10th. And I have hit so many already. I did debut, finish a book in 1 day, a book adapted for film and TV, multiple POVs, first in series, on your shelf for 2+ years, finish 5 books, favorite color on the cover, a nonfiction book, released this year, under 200 pages, your least read genre, an author you've never read, nominated or won an award. And yeah, like, but there's so many that like could fit for a big, yeah, there are. I already have 3, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, like there are a good chunk of ones that could already fit for bingo. It's like, it's just 1 away. But that's exciting that I've, got those going on. But I'm curious if anyone's going to be for next month in August do the tropical readathon. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Team romance all the way here. Sorry, I want to have fun with that one. Yeah, it would be for the manga. Great. After I finish this chapter, I might read. Oh, that's really exciting. What do you plan on reading, Johara? I really want to finish this book and I am really enjoying it. I just haven't been in much of a reading mood the last few days. Yeah. Even though I was doing so well at the beginning of the month. Sigh. I can understand that. I mean, I can't relate, but I can understand. I read a lot of smaller books at the beginning of the month, but the books I have left for my July TBR are more on the thicker side. Yeah, isn't that how it goes? It's like, oh yeah, this was so easy, and it's like, oh no, I have so many to do. The Enchantress, Book 6, and the Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel. Yeah, for sure. And now I can understand Jorha, because at first I thought, Nicholas Flamel was specific to Harry Potter, but it turned out it wasn't. And honestly, like reading the book, it was a little bit like, yeah, there wasn't. He was like a little side character. That way, they have the Sorcerer's Stone, the elixir of life, and everything. But it was definitely interesting to do that reread. But this is why I don't really do rereads, because it can hit really well one time and then it could do really bad the next. So you can never bet that it's gonna actually. You can't guarantee it, But I'm also next month too. I don't know if I'm gonna do this because I was a little confused by some of the prompts. But there's summer mixtape readathon, so that could be nice. That could be fun. So it's like, it's smaller prompts. Nature on the cover, read in a sunny spot, spicy book or book with food, self-care time, free choice or book based on your favorite summer song, summer throwback, ideal summer vacay, unseasonal read, movie night, summer flick warm setting, and a book set in a different country. So that could be, I don't know if I will do that, but it could be interesting. I consider it the unofficial Harry Potter spin-off, LOL. Nicholas Flamel shows up in the second Fantastic Beasts movie. Oh, interesting. I still need to check out the Witchathon for next month. Nice. That's exciting. Yeah, and everyone in the comments, let me know, what any readathons you want to do for August, or if you got your August TBR going. Gotta be fun, to get some planning for reading. Yeah, I'm not guessing I'm gonna do too good with that, but I can try. Yeah, the only lifestyle prompts I have to finish is I like it Picasso, which is make a piece of art inspired by a book. Play pretend to be your favorite character for a day, so you make choices based off what your favorite character would do. Outfit of the day, create an outfit inspired by your current read. And pass the aux, make a playlist inspired by one of your reads. And again, I have already been up to that, so I guess I could count that I've already done it, but I don't consider it fully completed until I actually fully do it. But there's also some Instagram challenges, and this week's is complete the Instagram story, this or that template, that make the day you've chosen to happen. And it's like, one is like, do you want to do a picnic or swim? Do you want to do iced coffee or lemonade? Like things like that. Audiobook or physical book, things like that. So I don't know if I will do that one, but I might try that. The Witchathon might be like Summer Splash Readathon, witchy themed prompts, but not necessarily just witchy or fantasy prompts. Yeah, or fantasy books. Yep, for sure. I'm planning on participating in the Romance Takeover Readathon. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Is it on Twitter, Tina? Like, I'd like to look it up now. Romance Takeover. That sounds fun. Yeah. I might not be all up for real life romance, but I definitely like fictional romance. You know, it could be so fun. But that's cool. Yeah, those could be some good old fun readathons. There is a light versus dark theme, so you pick a side and there's prompts. Nice. That's cool. That's really neat. I want to check it out. Go over to Twitter to see if they have it. Romance Takeover. Over. No, doesn't look like I'm gonna find it. Oh well, at least I tried. I don't know, maybe I won't. Okay, I don't know, but it's on YouTube. I gotcha. One of the hosts is Jen from the book Refugee. Cool. I will definitely check that out. The Romance Takeover. It's pretty cool. And anyone else in the comments, if you're, doing a readathon or have plans on what you're going to read, I have no idea what I'm going to read. I mean, I've already started my tropical readathon TBR, but I don't know if I'm going to stick to it. So for the Absent Dead Parents or a book with more than one author, I'm going for Eve of Man because it's 2 authors. And then the New Kid in Town or a genre you don't usually read, I'll do Crave because it's like she's like first time she's going into this school. Blast from the Past or a book published before 2000. So people we meet on vacation because it's been a while since they've seen each other. Mixed media or an audiobook or ebook. I have this Back to the Future huge book thing, so I might read that. Apocalyptic dystopia or a comfort read. I think I'll read City of Beasts, so I will see about that one. Bookish themes or a book with a pun in the title, The Library of Lost Things. I feel like maybe I'll do that one. And a retelling or a book with a movie TV adaptation. I might do Lifestyles of Gods and Monsters because I'd really like to hit like my physical TBR. It could be nice. So I'm probably going to pick the dark side, but you don't have to pick a side or follow the prompts. It's just about reading romance. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I'll see about that. I don't know. But that could be definitely nice. Yeah, that's really neat. But I guess we could. Oh, I found a Twitter account for the Witchathon. That's great, Johara. I guess now we could go ahead and do another sprint for 30 minutes. So we will be back at 05. Let me find 05. We'll be back at 05. So happy reading or writing, everyone. All right, guys, how are your sprints? Okay. Apparently, in the Witchathon, there are teams based on the type of witch you want to be. Good evening. Hi. So glad you could join. Let me know what you're reading. Made it to chapter 14 of Scandal at the Salty Dog. So happy with this series so far. Some cozies can be hit and miss for me, but loving this one. For sure. This time for this sprint, I decided not to read. I don't know if anyone's watched Your Internet Mom Ash, but she just came out with her Stranger Things season 4, volume 2 commentary track. So I was like, yes, I'm going to watch that. So I'm in the middle of that and I'm enjoying it. Definitely like it. I read 14 pages of Legendborn, really enjoying it. That's great. Good job. Yeah, people are making good progress with their books. I don't know about reading, but trying there. Hey, happy you could join us. Let me know what you're reading. Yes, hi. I finished the chapter I was writing and read several chapters of my book. So much is happening and it's so insane. Yeah, for sure. Hi, all. For sure. I didn't read anything again, but I'm planning on being up all night, so I'll probably read later. Nice. Maybe hit a 24-hour readathon? I'm kidding, maybe not, but at least you could do a 12 or 6-hour readathon, something like that. I don't know. I feel like I don't think I could do a 24-hour readathon, but I wonder, because I don't know if anyone's heard of those 24 and 48. Maybe I'll try that one day, but I don't know for sure. I just feel like that much time with reading, my attention span would just be like, whoop, over there. I just couldn't do it. But it's exciting that so many people are getting their writing on, reading on. That's so great for everyone. I'm doing a 24-hour live sprint on Saturday. Oh, that's so exciting. Reading Girls with Rebel Souls. Ooh, I've never heard of that. What's that one about? That sounds really cool. How much progress did you make with it? I tried a 24-hour readathon once. That was hard. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, I've been able to read a book in a day. I'm able to do that, but to dedicate all the time, a full day to reading, I don't think I could do it. I would just get too bored. And it's no offense to reading, but just sometimes I just can't do it. Especially right now. To anyone who hasn't been following up on how my reading's going, I'm like in such a slump. Like, I'm reading a teeny tiny bit this year, but it's not going that well. I'm trying, but I don't know. It's like my attention span is just not working out. But how many books have all of you read this year? I'd love to know. 24 hours is always tough. From like the 18th hour onwards, it's a struggle. Oh, that's too bad. I didn't get bored. I just got really tired. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, 24 hours. You could just talk about that. I guess it's got me yawning. I just can't imagine that. That would be just crazy. It's the last book in a. Is that sci-fi? Maybe just the space didn't. Sci-fi trilogy about an academy girl for obedience. Interesting. I finished my 73rd book today. Whoa! That's pretty impressive. My gosh. Yeah, I'm only on 10. I'm trying. No, but that is so impressive. Good job, Tina. I've read 34 books this year, which is a lot more than I was expecting for July. Yeah, that's really great. That is awesome. Good job, everybody. Look at all you guys reading. And here I am trying. No, but for me, like movies are the superior. They're like top tier for me, and books like it's more like a nice hobby that I sometimes enjoy. Like it's not like this all out passionate love for reading, you know? But yeah, like if I were to tally all the movies and shows I've seen, obviously you can't really tally YouTube videos, but I've definitely watched a lot of YouTube. But if I were to tally that, I'm sure it would be like so much, so many hours spent just on TV, movies, and YouTube. It's crazy. But also a lot of screen time used on Twitter, which I'm not pleased about. I'm trying to get rid of my social media addiction, but it's kind of hard. But I don't know. I hope I can get more into reading. I feel like audiobooks might be the option I have to go with because it's just not working that well with like uh when you're like literally looking at it, like the physical book. Yeah, I started reading for 2 years, my main hobby watching TV. Totally right. Yeah. I am more of a movie person than books. You're not alone. Oh, that's so nice to know because I feel like all these booktubers like that's their main stick, and I'm like, hey, I'm a full-on movie person and I happen to enjoy books too. Is there anyone like me? Well, clearly there are, so that's nice. Oh, I've read 43 books so far this year. Good job, Johara. That's awesome. There's an app called TV Time, and you can track all the shows and movies you watch, and they add it. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, what I've done because since I started BookTube, because I felt like I wanted to do also to have like reviews, like when I do wrap ups, I also wanted to do movie and show wrap ups. So like I've tracked it, like I have it tracked. Like every month I say what I've watched, but I just like I don't have like the actual number. How many pieces of media that I watched? Because I definitely do repeats. Like like sometimes The Office is there recurring sometimes, but there we. Whoops. I don't even know what's going on. Okay. Anyway, so it gives you a list of how long you watch for. Like if you added all the TV shows you watched up, how many hours, days, weeks. Wow, interesting. It also gives you how many episodes you watched. That's pretty cool. Letterboxd is one for movies where you can log movies and do small reviews, like on Goodreads. That's cool. I'm more into TV shows than movies, but definitely more into books than shows. I used to watch more TV than I do now. I'm finding it hard to catch up on TV shows I love because I'm not wanting to watch TV shows. I mostly want to read or write. Well, yeah, definitely the opposite here. Yeah, reading is just not going that well. In about a year and a half watching TV as a hobby, I watched 5 months. All right, nice. I just want to add this TV time. Yeah, I'll add that so I can find that later. That's cool. That could be nice. Do you have TV time, Tiffany? It's like Goodreads, but for TV shows and movies to keep track of what you watch. Yeah, that's what Tina was mentioning. I do not have one. I never heard of it, so I will check it out. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know how consistent I'll be with it because but then again, I have been like, logging what I've watched, so it probably wouldn't be, you know, take too much out of me to just post that, but that could be nice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I just love, movies and everything. And what's cool is now that I've finished Harry Potter, because I finished it yesterday, now I've finished Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone reading it. Now I can watch the movie. So I definitely want to do that. I don't know about tonight. Maybe I will. But I definitely want to do my rewatch of that. Oh, those movies are so good. I don't know, just the book, it didn't hit the same as it did when I was a kid. But obviously, different people's opinions, you know. Depends on who you are. Johar was saying, yeah, she still loves it every time she reads it. So, but yeah, different opinions. I'm 60% through my book. I hope to finish it today, but I'm not sure. It'll depend on how tired I am. Yeah, I can understand that because for a couple days, I was like, okay, let's just finish Harry Potter, and it just wasn't working out. But yesterday I got it done, and I'm pleased that I did because I was like, I'm tired. I don't want to keep reading this book. I really want to rewatch the movies since I just finished rereading the books for sure. At the Witchy Reader, if you want to say how much time, how's the app track that you watch? How much time? Yeah, that's nice that you can do that. That's really cool. I guess I don't know what happened with Robin, but I guess she, wasn't able to come back on. But I say, uh, let's see. I need to reread Harry Potter. Don't think I have read them since the seventh book came out. Oh wow, it's been a while. Yeah. I watched 6 months, 14 days, and 22 hours. Oh, that's a lot. No, but I'm sure I would surpass that. I mean, I watch things like crazy. I'm just like, oh, movies, shows. But of course, then I'm spending so much time on Twitter, so maybe not even all that much. But I say we can go ahead and do another sprint. Let's go for 30 minutes. 20, so that's 30. So we'll get back at, I say 50. Let's go 50. Okay, so we will be back at 50 and happy reading or writing. All right, guys, how were your sprints? So Johara says, I had no idea, Tina. I didn't know you could find out TV time. I read 13 more pages, going to head to bed now, as it's almost 3 a.m. That's understandable. Thanks for the sprints. Oh, absolutely, you're welcome. I'm glad that you were able to join us. Anyone in the chat, let me know how your sprints went, how much reading or writing you got into. So I finished up that commentary check. It was pretty good. She reacted, pretty well to the finale of Stranger Things, which was pretty nice. And I looked for the Summer Splash Readathon for me to double up on prompts. I have hit the bingo for Pen Pal, Easy Breezy, Track Star, Hot Girl Summer, and Photo Op. I'm almost to another bingo if I finish Surf's Up, but I don't know if I'll hit that yet. But I added Sunny Days, Branch Out, Spice It Up, Hot Girl Summer, and Share the Love. Since I have hit those, but I had been planning on reading more, but obviously that does not seem it's going to happen. And yeah, oh, wait a second. That other one. Where is it? Branch Out. Yeah, that's why I selected Branch Out, because I did read a fantasy with reading Harry Potter. So I did branch out by reading a genre I don't usually read. So that works out. I hope the tropical readathon next month will be a little bit better. Read 7% of a Salt and Pepper. That's great. I got several more chapters read. These chapters are really short, but so much is still happening, and it's still so insane. Ah, yeah. Gotta get that going on. Come on, guys. Owning it. Yeah, I don't think, I'm not sure, but I feel like it's not going to happen with The Wicked King this month to finish up. I could be wrong, but it might be. Might be. So at the Witchy Reader on the app, the count is on the profile page for the TV Time app. Nice. Yeah. I hope there's some good movies coming out soon, since, Stranger Things has ended. And I don't know if any movies coming out that I want to see that I can think of, but I hope there's something soon, because I would very much like to watch some new stuff. But I don't know. Not sure. What is everyone up to? If, besides reading, movie or TV show wise, or any YouTubers you're finding, what have you guys been up to and watching? Love to know. I'm not even tired, but the yawns come anyway, I guess. But thank you to everyone who's been on right now, because I was kind of like, Robin's not here. How am I going to do this alone? But thank you for everyone who's been, chatting in the comments. I really appreciate that, because I was like, I'm going to just be talking to myself. That's fun. Such good entertainment for people to watch. I loved Zombies 3 that just came out. It was so much better than the first two. I still do love the first two, though. For sure. Well, that's nice that you were able to watch a new thing. Yeah. Let me see what I've been up to watching-wise. I feel like a lot of them are rewatches, though. When is the last time I updated? Okay. So this month, I've watched Stranger Things, Volume 2. The Owl House did some rewatching of, the last few episodes that happened after Hollow Mind or Hallow's Mind, whatever it is. The Summer I Turned Pretty, I did do a watch of that, and I did not enjoy it, honestly. On July 4th, we watched Independence Day, so that was fun. I watched The Call. but then it got a little bit too much into Silence of the Lambs. It was very much similar to that and was giving me the creeps. I didn't like when they got to that part. Did some rewatch of The Office. I watched stand-ups. Some of those comedians were pretty good, and others were not so much. And sometimes it's like, man, you just can't find. Not everyone's good at the jokes. And now that the new seasons come out, I've been watching Only Murders in the Building, so that reminds me, I definitely want to watch the new episode. Parental Guidance we watched with Billy Crystal. Ooh, good movie. That is a good movie. I actually, this month, have been getting back into rewatching Knight Rider. Gosh, that show is so good. But honestly, I have, like, been up to date in, like so far I watched all the ones that were like favorites, and now I'm like, I don't really want to watch the others, so I might be pausing on that. I've been doing a rewatch of Scorpion with my family, so that's nice. That's a good show. And for the Summer Splash readathon, the one of the prompts is movie night, and so I watched The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, and I was so surprised. It was actually really good. But what I've been up to now is I've been watching iCarly, on Netflix with the episodes that are available. I've been enjoying that. So that's been really nice. Lately, I've been watching Outer Banks. It's so good. That is awesome. Mr. Francie says hi. I just finally caught up with The Flash today and found out it was renewed for a 9th season. That's great. Also just watched First Kill. Loved it. That is awesome. I rewatched a little of the original Charmed recently, and I want to continue my rewatch of that. That's great. I really need to watch the new Scream movie. Oh yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed that one. Yeah, I definitely say it's a worthwhile movie to see. I still haven't yet. I do love the new Conjuring movie that I just watched a couple months ago. Ooh, nope. And the second it gets into that supernatural, it gives me the creeps. I hate it. Ugh. And that's why Stranger Things 4, there was so much with Stranger Things 4 that I didn't like. And I love Stranger Things. Like, I really do. But I hated the decisions that were made. And how the kills happened. I hated that. I watched First Kill too and loved it. That is awesome, guys. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying so much. That is fantastic. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to be up to. I hope I can get into, like, reading, finishing my physical TBR, maybe getting into my watch list too, because there's plenty of shows that I have saved to my watch list across the streaming services, but most of them I haven't even watched. It's like, come on! Might as well, right? But yeah, it hasn't happened yet with most of them. But then again, you know how that can go, where it's like you're scrolling and it's like, I'm not really interested, but I guess I could give it a chance. That's how most of my watch list has been these days. I loved the spooky vibe in Stranger Things. Nope. I love paranormal spooky things. I hated it so much. Oh no! Oh, that was so awful. Yeah, the second they were in the air. Did not appreciate that. Ooh, no. What about everyone else? Obviously, Johar's got her opinions. She liked it, and I hated it. What about you guys? Did you like Vecna and the killings that were happening and how they were killed? What were your thoughts? Like, I mean, this was so much darker than the other Stranger Things. I did not appreciate that. It was too dark for me. Did not like that at all. But, so like I said, I have read now 10 books, so that's exciting. And page-wise, I have read this year. Now again, I have like 14, 15 DNFs this year, so I've definitely read more pages than this, but like completed pages, I have read 2,165 pages. So that is what I've read. What about everyone else? Obviously, you shared like how many books? How about your pages read? You know the only real thing that I hated in Stranger Things 4? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been watching a lot of sapphic shows lately. First Kill, The Wilds, Killing Eve. I love dark things. I'm weird like that. What is your goal for the year? Well, for me, and everyone, share your goals. That'd be great. My goal, I have surpassed that by 1,000% because I set mine at 1. So look at me. I've hit my goal. But of course, it was very tiny. But it works out, doesn't it? But at least because the past 2 years, I've been like, oh, I'm going to read 100 books. And there's no way that's going to happen this year. So it's like, okay, let's just set it for 1. And yeah, it was very nice. I mean, it took a while too. It took till the middle of February for me to finally finish a book. So yeah, this year is just, I don't know, it just hasn't gone quite the way I was hoping for. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so that's my goal. And I surpassed that, which is nice. But I hope next year I will get more back into reading and everything. I don't know what's going on. It's like just the attention span is out of here. It's not working out. Yeah, but I saw this trailer, movie-wise. I saw this trailer with The Rock voicing, Kevin Hart voicing. It's like a DC animated movie. I think they said it's coming out at the end of the month, so I think I might give that a watch. But also, High School Musical, the musical, the series, season 3 is coming out this coming week. So I will probably do a watch of that, even though I feel like it's fine, but it's not great, But I'll give it a watch. It's been kind of interesting. So my Goodreads goal is at 80, but I might up it to 100 because I do want to finish the Charmed books, and they are very tiny and there are many. So that'll help me get to 100 books. Well, that's great. That's really great. For sure. Yeah. Really good job, guys. Anyone else who wants to share, go ahead in the comments. Love to chat about something other than nothing and let us just be like, you guys are just staring at the screen and I'm staring at the screen and we have nothing to say. Oh, yeah. So fun. And this is why we usually have co hosts for this. I also want to read my physical TBR except for Warriors, right? Because that is a lot. Yeah, I can understand that. How many books, Johara, are there in the Warriors? I'm sure it's a lot. What's your favorite TV show or movie? Ooh, that's a great question. I like San Andreas. I like Stranger Things. Once Upon a Time used to be a favorite. The Office has its merits. Pretty good. Movie. I mean, there's a lot I like, but it's hard to think off the top of my head. But I remember Knight Rider was a really good favorite for me. I definitely enjoy a lot. Ooh, Homeward Bound. Oh, I love that movie so much. That is such a good family movie. But what they did near the end, oh, that was cruel. I was so scared. I was like, no, this cannot happen. Like scared as in sad, not like terrified. No. But yeah, some really good shows. Love those. Yeah, there's like, I never had cable as a kid, so we like did a lot of rewatches. So yeah, like there's just like so many movies and TV shows I've watched and loved and whatever. Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is a favorite. I also really enjoyed The Owl House. They're great. The Harry Potter movies are really good, and that's why I want to do. I'm feeling a rewatch time. I feel like that could be really fun. My favorite TV show is New Girl. Movie is the Twilight movies, especially Breaking Dawn Part 1. Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. Tina, did you read the Twilight books? Yeah. I had tried New Girl. I feel like it was last year, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was 2020, but I feel like it was 21. But yeah, that show did not work for me personally. But like besides favorite, I have definitely enjoyed Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That was why like my family and I were like, oh well, it has like a New Girl and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You know that one episode where they kind of cameoed, and I was like, oh, the thing will have to finish there, and it had like nothing to do with it. I was like, great, you know. But yeah, there's a lot of really good shows that I really enjoy. But yeah. Yes, watched the Twilight movies and then read them all. Love all of them. Good for you. Just curious, why didn't you like the new girl? It just wasn't my thing personally. I don't know. I didn't really like the humor. Me personally, this is no offense to you, Tina. I just felt the main character, she was annoying to me. To me, she was annoying. I just didn't. The show was not my cup of tea. But of course, that happens for everyone, right? There's so many shows that exist and they're set for certain audiences. And yeah, that one didn't work for me. Oh, I just remembered now, someone had like recommended anime to me, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll check it out. So I watched a couple anime like Death Note and oh, what was that one? The one where he had because they transplant certain organs into him. Oh, what was that show called? It's like yeah, they want to eat people. My gosh, let me look at one anime. Oh, Tokyo Ghoul. Yes, I watched that. I did not enjoy that. Mm-mm. Not a fan of Tokyo Ghoul. I did not like that. But Death Note, I feel like it was good until the point where like that whole convoluted thing in like the middle. I really hated that, and I hate how the ending happened. I did not want what happened to happen. I was not appreciative of that. But Parasite, oh my gosh, that was such a good anime. I really enjoyed Parasite. That was really good. I really liked that one. And I actually did a rewatch of that. That was pretty that was a that was a good one. And there's that one where it's like he's able to go back in time. It just happens where he goes back in time. And then, he goes to the time when he's 10 and everything to find this killer. I watched that anime. That was a pretty good one. Um, but I wouldn't say like I'm a regular with anime. Like I just did some watching of the occasional one. I also watched A Whisker Away or Whiskers Away, whatever that one is, where like she has this mask and then she's able to turn into this cat. That one was kind of cute. It was a little weird too, but it was kind of cute. Uh, yeah, I think those like were the main ones I watched. I definitely remember watching one. I forget what it was, but it was more like I can't remember who was the one who was talking about that manga. Look at the comments. I forgot. What was that one? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna find it. Whoever did them was talking about the manga when you were talking about like more contemporary type, like 14 girls, or at least like with like centered in school and romance centric. Um, I watched one like that, and oh my gosh, I hated it so much. Like the girl was so like fierce and like annoying. I hated that. And the guy was kind of whatever. So like the story, I was like, why did I watch the whole thing? That was just stupid to watch the whole thing. But I also watched that one movie, where the girl's deaf, and he had treated her awful. I watched that one. A Silent Voice, right? I think that was the one. It was kind of good, but also it was like, man, that guy was awful. Yeesh. Yeah, I understand. She's a lot in the beginning. The show definitely mellows out. Well, that's good. My favorite movies are Harry Potter and Monster High, but I Ice Age, yes, yes, I 100% agree. I actually did a rewatch of a few of those. I think last year, or was it earlier this year? I can't remember. But yeah. Oh, those are good movies. How to Train Your Dragon, yes. Oh my gosh. I remember how much I loved How to Train Your Dragon. I think I did a rewatch of those too. Yeah, that was a good time. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles original and Rise of the Guardians. Ooh, I remember enjoying Rise of the Guardians, even though I felt like more could have been done. I definitely liked Jack Frost's character. I really liked him. TV shows would be Charmed, the original, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I actually have that on my watch list. I've never watched it, so I want to give that a try. Pretty Little Liars. I did watch that for the first time this year. When did I stop? I don't think I got to season 2, unless I did. Maybe I was in the middle of season 1? I can't remember. But yeah, eventually I was like, okay, I'm done. Supernatural, I did try to watch that show. There were some episodes I liked, but I was like, I'm done. Once Upon a Time, yes, very good show. Avatar: The Last Airbender, never seen that one. Legend of Korra, and Dragon's Race to the Edge. That's great. I hate anime. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite medium, but there were some good ones. And Twilight, but that's my opinion. Yeah, for sure. Ice Age is so underrated, sadly. I actually prefer it over Shrek and Lion King. Oh, wow. I love Shrek. Shrek's great, but Lion King is definitely not one of my favorites, and that's why I don't really understand why people, like, that's like their top tier Disney movie. No thanks. I can take it or leave it. No thanks. I love Sandman from Rise of the Guardians and Raph from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Charmed is also one of my favorites. Nice. I'm 78% through my book now. Yay. Oh, that's awesome. Good job. And you guys are just, going through. You're just like reading. And here I am just like, yeah, that's not going well for me. I'm trying, but it's not really going. Not very much. Not very much. Nope. But I was sharing in another sprint, I was sharing the one thing I can be pleased with, because this is basically year 3, because I started in 2020. And I would say the past 2 years, while I read a lot, because I read 57 books in 2020 and 66 books in 2021, I would say that while I read a lot, I didn't do much with BookTube. I didn't really upload or whatever. You can kind of see it. You can look at, you can look at my channel and you can see it's like, look, there's not that many videos at that time. But this year I've been doing pretty good. I wanted to take the time to go into BookTube. I wanted to change how I read. You can actually watch. I talk about how I wanted to change how I read and overall just summarizing my BookTube experience and my 2022 BookTube reflections and goals or something like that. Reading reflections, BookTube goals, something like that. I think that came out in March or April, whichever one it was, but that was a good video to make. How far are you into The Wicked King? Let me take a look. Ooh, stretch. Let's see. I am on page 64, and that's on in chapter 7. So I still got a fair amount of time before I finish it. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's not going to happen this month. I would like for it to, but I am not counting on it. On page 400 out of 509. Great job! Whoa. Can I read 100 pages tonight before I get too tired and want to go to bed? We shall see. I can understand that. Yeah, it is a little probably not. I mean, who knows? With the way you're reading, Johar, you might be hitting it and you're just like, this was easy. Piece of cake. And for me, I'd be like, I can't even do it in 2 days or whatever. I don't know. It was so easy to do. It's so easy with like reading through audiobook because it reads it for you, you know? And what I've done is most of this year, I think I did a little last year, but it could be wrong. But what I've done this year is I have an audiobook and I also have the Kindle version. That way I'm like able to see it and then also, listen. That's what's worked out for me this year most of the time. I mean, sometimes I do have to like read it physically and just have to read out loud. And I'm sure everyone knows when you talk too much that your throat starts to get, kind of sore because it's all dry and it sucks. But that's how reading is gone. Obviously, like, look at all these books. Oh wait, other way. Look at all these books I have. Like, clearly, I do like to read, and I have read all of these, but these are the ones there. Those are the ones I haven't read, and it's like, come on, I can do this, but I don't know. I think if I go into audiobooks, I think it could be like, oh, I got 20 books done now. Double what I have right now. But who can say? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, just the reading is not going. And obviously you can't force yourself to read. It's not going to be a good thing that you do. But I don't know. Sometimes the attitude changes or whatever. And like, doesn't work out. But what about everyone else? Reading, watching lies, any updates? That would be nice. But I say, if no one responds, we can go ahead and do another sprint. We can go for 30 minutes at 10:20 or 20, depending on what time zone you're in. I say that would be good sprint. I don't know if I'll read though. I'll have to see what I decide. But I'm glad because I was able to go through, where is it? Oh, go through the Summer Splash readathon, and like I said, I was able to hit a good chunk of tallies because now all I have left is Surf's Up, Heat Waves, Buddy Read, Touch Grass, I Like a Picasso, Play Pretend, Outfit of the Day, Summer Vacations, Sandcastle, and Pass the Ox. And again, I am in the middle of the Pass the Ox, so that could be a good one to do. I'm already starting to feel tired, but I want to finish my book. I can understand that. I was just looking where you are in The Wicked King. Yes, but please don't spoil. I don't want any spoilers. No, but that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. I hope I can get farther into it, but I feel like I'm just kind of like in a nothing point right now. I mean, again, I don't know what's going to happen with this meeting that she's going to for the council, like what they're going to say to her and everything, but I don't know. I'm getting a little bored at this point. Not bored of the book, just this one part. I'm like, can we skip past this and go to something more interesting? That's how I'm feeling right now. But again, who can say? All right, guys, it is. Oh. How do you feel about the series being marketed as a romance series? Well, I haven't heard too many people call it a romance series. I mean, I know people really hype it up with the romance. I know people like go crazy because of the romance. I can understand that. But they do talk about how it is, romance centric. But yeah, you're right. No one told me about the political intrigue, that politics is like a huge part of the book. No one mentioned that to me. So I can understand that, but I don't personally feel that it was like marketed that way, but I know that a lot of people, that's how they saw it. And that's how they're hyping it up. And I'm sure TikTok is doing it a lot if they're talking about the Cold Prince. They're going to be like, oh, look at all this romance. And it's like, not really. Like, there's romance, but, majorly slow burn, majorly enemies to lovers and everything like that, I just feel like it's more what the readers are deciding versus what like the actual marketing is. Just me personally, that's how I feel. So I don't think it's a problem because I don't feel like they actually did that. Because people talking about it is what convinced me was that it is a steamy romance in the first and second book. Yeah, right. Steamy romance? Nope. That is so silly that people would do that. But I'm telling you, book talk is just lying. They are lying. They're just like, look at all these tropes this book has. And it's like, well, let's try to remember what the book is actually about, right? So it depends on who's like selling it. And obviously what a what people on booktube or on book talk or on book twitter or bookstagram or whatever book related stuff, when they recommend it, sometimes they're not exactly truthful. Well, they are not sharing everything about what the book has. I'm almost done with heat waves. Yay! I still need to do buddy read, branch out, play pretend, hot girl summer, outfit of the day, spice it up, sandcastle, share the love. Yeah, there's still several going, but yeah, I mean, it's still, you know, gonna try our best, right, Joara? Finish off this readathon well. So I enjoyed this series, but I had very different expectations. I can understand that. And yeah, like, I was never too into it, but I was, you know, living that romance. And that's not really what the book's about, is it? Obviously there's some to it, but it's not the whole thing. I can understand how that could be frustrating, the fact that, people were promoting it that way, but that's not actually what the big point of the book is about. Okay. Let's see about reading. Okay. I'll go to 53. Let me see. Yes, try our best. That's all that counts. We've got this. Yeah, I hope so. Okay, guys. Let me change that again. I don't know why I wouldn't save. So we will be back at 53. Happy reading or writing. guys, how are your sprints? I'm really tired. I'm going to bed. Good night. I can understand that, Johar, and I'm guessing you're already gone, but good night. I hope you got at least some reading done, for these sprints. That'd be really good. Everyone, let me know how your sprints went. I went down the rabbit hole and I got stuck on Twitter, so I didn't read. But I'd love to know what you guys were up to, whether it was reading or writing or whatever you guys were up to. I'd love to know. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to read this book or read something. I mean, I feel like maybe tomorrow would be a good day. One of the prompts this month is, let me go to it. What is it? It is touch grass. Read one book entirely outside. So I think I might do that one because it's like, go ahead, read an audiobook outside. Maybe I'll go on a walk or something, or I'll go to a new place. Something fun. That could be nice to do. Read 4%. Oh, that is awesome. That is so great, Tina. And everyone else, let me know. Oh, yeah, I would like to get some reading done, but I think that's one of my problems is like, even though I've gotten a little bit better with like, like closure used to be such a problem for me. Like even something I didn't even want to read, I would keep reading. But I feel like for me is like that was kind of my problem with Harry Potter when I put it down, because it's like, but I didn't finish it. But then again, I wasn't having a good time and it was good that I took a pause. But like with The Wicked King, it's like, but I'm not done. Why am I reading other books? I mean, again, short story, easy peasy. I was finishing up Harry Potter. It worked out. But on average, I'm usually like, I want to get whatever I'm reading currently done. And it's not really happening. But I try, What about you guys? What's your reading experience? Is it easy if you don't want to read something right now and you take a pause? Like, do you have a problem doing that like me? Or do you have, is it a little bit better for you? Let me know. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like maybe tonight I will do that rewatch of the first Harry Potter movie. I'm just like, yes, let's do it. I feel like I might do that. That could be fun. Yeah, yeah, it is a little bit of a bummer because there were a lot of books that I wanted to do, but so far it has not gone that way. I mean, I feel like if I did just do audiobooks, yeah, like I could finish a several amount, Tina says, for me, it's easy to pause a book I'm not interested in. Well, I wish I had it like you, but that's great that you have, no problem with that. Mood readers, so I'm constantly reading half of something and I'm putting it down for now. Okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a mood reader, but I'm like so much I'm too task oriented, Like, I look, with movies, I'm going for entertainment, right? But lately, I don't know if it's booktube related or what. I think it could be. But I see reading now as more of a task oriented thing, like more of a task, to get done instead of like reading for enjoyment. I know that's not the best way, but it's been happening for me. That's how it's been going. I don't know why. It's a shame. DNFing books I'm not liking, on the other hand, that's a different story. Yeah, so I can understand that. Yeah, I used to have a problem with DNFing, but now I'm like, or at least taking a pause, like not reading for a while. Because like there are some books I'm interested in, but then quickly it's like, okay, this sucks. I don't want it. Don't want to read it. Usually that's not a problem for me, but it could definitely happen. It just depends. But yeah, I just feel like it's what the biggest thing that I think is a shame is the fact that I'm not someone who goes into a book blind, you know? Like, I read the synopsis. You know, obviously some synopses are better than the story itself, or they don't exactly tell you what the book's about, or they don't tell you accurately what it's about. But I feel like, yeah, like I feel like I know what I'm getting when I go into a book and it still disappoints me. That's what I think is the biggest shame, because like I have such an idea of what's gonna happen, but that does not happen, does it? No, no, it doesn't. The book I read this a book I read this year was really bad and I finished. It was a dark romance, and I didn't consider it romantic at all. It's basically just 300 pages of torture scenes. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yikes. That's not so good. But I'm glad, Tina, that. Oh, I forgot you said you did not DNF it. That's too bad. I'm sorry. Finished it. I hope it wasn't too bad. Oh, that's a shame though. Yeah, I don't know. I really want my reading to get a little bit different. You know, I want to read better. I don't know what I was supposed to do though, because like I am trying. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I hope I can get a little bit of a better streak going, but that might not happen, you know? I mean, at least I'm trying. So, but I have plans, so yeah. Got a couple books, and what's nice is the team romance, specifically the team challenges. Read a book with the friends to lovers trope, so I could definitely do that. For people we meet on vacation, or there's also this book I own called Windfall. I might read that, but read a book with the bodyguard trope. I don't think I have a book like that, and I don't know of any. So if anyone in the comments has any recommendations, let me know. But I'm excited to read the teen prompts because there's My Mechanical Romance and spoiler alert, and both of those are on my TBR. So that could be really fun to do. It seems like you're in a reading slump, maybe. Oh, I totally am. I totally am. It's a shame, and I hate it. Since you're viewing reading as a test, you should take a break from reading. I know. I know. That's the tropical readathon. So there's the common troop, the common prompts, common challenges, prompts, all that jazz that you can do. But then there's also teams. So there's teen romance, sci-fi, fantasy, nonfiction, nonfiction, and literary or contemporary. I think those are the teams. And yeah, like there's whatever they decide for the book for the teams, and then yeah. So and then there's team books, and then prompts specifically for that genre. So that's pretty nice. I don't know. I mean, what I have done though, I really have taken a break though. Because, like, I mean, I've only read 10 books. I mean, like, with The Wicked King, I am having a good time. But fair enough, what you're saying about taking a break from reading. I don't know. I mean, I'll see about what I decide to do. Like, maybe I will take a break. I think, though, I might finish The Wicked King and maybe I'll take a break. But I will see what happens, what I decide to do. I'm not sure yet, though. Yeah. Hmm. I am happy I got the lifestyle prompts. You know, writing a letter to a friend was pretty good. But yeah, the Instagram challenge last week of make a meal or beverage inspired by one of your summer splash reads, I definitely enjoyed that. But I will say, I know it already ended, but I think I might decide to recreate a cover for one of the summer splash reads or make one you like better. I think I might do that one. So that could definitely be fun. But yeah, just gonna have to see. I mean, I know there's like not that much time left with the readathon. And again, I'm going on a quick vacation. So I don't think I'll really be putting time in for reading. I don't think that's going to happen. Uh, but I'm going to have to see, you know. But yeah, I might do like some watch-a-thons or something, or watch-alongs. That way, like, I have something more like my speed, more the things I like to do, which is watching things, you know? And I know Johara and Robin, they've got their writing that they like to do, but yeah, movies are the big thing for me. But I'm gonna have to see about that. But it is 11:05, and I think this is a pretty good stopping point. So thank you everyone that joined in today, commented and everything. Sorry that Robin, she had something else going on, but I'm glad everyone came on here. Thank you everyone for your comments. And what day is today? Oh yeah. So this was kind of like the replacement for Sunday. So I think next sprint is going to be on Tuesday. Not sure whose channel. Um, well, I guess I'll probably not be on because I'll be on vacation at that day. But Robin or Johar or Tabby, I'm sure it'll be on their channel. So we'll be doing that. Thanks for the sprints, absolutely, and thanks again everyone who came on, absolutely. So stay tuned for that. Whoever decides to do sprints on Tuesday. So goodbye, everybody.